Okay, let's go. So let's start by talking about streams, topics, and goals. Last week, Sunday, I believe, I finally finished the architecture diagram. Of course, this might change, so let's start with that. So we are going to implement these 4 systems for simulating the weather data and seeing its effect on plants. So I had to come up with different game systems. There's going to be a system managing living things, mainly plants. There's going to be a weather system. Some of these systems could also be considered as AI layers, but not necessarily. It could comprise code files, graphic files, different things like that. So it's a concept. These two are kind of different or separate, depending on from which perspective you look at it. By game, I mean the data layer. There's also a separate time concept. That this is responsible for, well, not exactly notifying different systems, but these systems are signing up to time changes. And if certain events happen, then these systems are requesting the proper data from the game system. So this is like game/data. So we'll do that. So the rest of the diagram, I'll explain it as we go. But if you have been following the streams, you will see that some of these also correspond to lines on Figma. Let's look at the weather. This is what we are going to work on today. The goal is to bind the weather parts into the relevant sections here. So that work has already started, but then I found myself in a situation where the architecture wasn't quite ready. So we have a world time, game time system. There's the weather. This is not the system itself. This is just the UI representation. So there's an underlying weather layer going on. So it's signing up to time, and as time is passing, this guy is going to request the data. So what you see here is what you see here as working system, or like a functional numbers are changing, that kind of thing, is essentially this interaction here. It's 3 guys. So once I establish that, then I'm going to see the effect of the weather on living things. So that's the plan for today. So these two are kind of together, but I guess I'm gonna have to pick one of these first. I'm gonna have to bind the UI elements and then move forward to the effect on the plants. But as far as the stream goals go, this first one is finished enough. Okay, so where do we go from here? So I have probably open that time again. We are here. Run the game again. I believe this is getting its data from some other structure, so we have to disconnect that, bind it to the new one. This is going to involve some folder refactoring as well, because these components are grouped under some funny folders, I think. Weather TCN. Okay, here's the weather script. Okay. There's weather clicked, environment updated, environment new day arrived. Which makes me think last time I was also coming up with this concept here, right? Because Well, each second in real life is a second in the game. Okay, fine. Sorry, each second in real life is a minute in the game. I remember fixing this part. This guy should react only when the hour is reached. So at midnight or at like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, that kind of thing. This 8, let's see how it's going to behave. Just fast, like speed up the game. Let's see if this is going to fluctuate at 1 o'clock. Maybe the data is the same. Or it did, okay. It did it me 1 minute past. So there might already be something like that. Which might be this, I'm guessing. On weather clicked is why push self. So this is when we push stuff to the stack. Oh, this means this weather screen has been clicked, which kind of looks like this actually. Where's this one? So there was a weather thing here. Okay, let's cancel this because I also took that system out of that area, which used to be there used to be it's a weather system here with the buttons here. I believe this one is going to trigger weather clicked signal. That's it. So when weather is clicked, so this will also be maybe restructured. So I'll cancel that, disconnect it. So funny business is done. Okay. So that's that. So this is all garbage for environment updated. So something must be firing environment updated. So this guy is signing up. Control Shift F, find who is firing that. By the way, when we do this, it's finding these ones too. So let's do all word, yes. So there's water container. I see. This is when the rain is happening in the world. World is equal to environment in this country. Water. Okay. There's a structure here which is also responding to environment's updates. Soil structure similarly. We are looking for the emit environment. Signal, planetoid, this is the one. On time passed, environment. So environment script is attached to so we do have an environment. Comes with its own GI probe and sun and all that other stuff. This may have to go through a major refactoring as well for the time being. How can we minimize its effects? And it's passing itself as the environment. In our case, so I'm guessing there's a bit of a funny thing going on here. So the environment itself here. Let's move this down. When time is passed, the environment script is saying, hey, I'm going to fire environment updated. Okay, fine. Here's in this context, we are sending everything here. So my guess is there anything here that is going to be needed in weather? Like the temperature, but how are we accessing the temperature? So the environment itself has a get predictions or get temperature method. So this system has some methods. I see. I think this should not be here. This is temperature. Let me see. $25 and see. So the visual stuff is, well, the whole node system is sent to this script, so that the methods that are defined in this system can also be accessed in the weather system. But this is like binding data to a visual layer, sending the visual stuff to another script so that you could trigger the functions. So ideally, these two systems, node-wise, they should not. So there should be a data layer. What we are trying to do here. So whether this is UI or whatever, like there's a whole UI system here, merged in some of these concepts. This should be requesting the data relevant for when time is passed, that kind of thing. So that's what is going to happen soon. I'm going to make some tea, and now that I have a better defined battle plan, this is going to involve a lot of changes. So make some tea and coming back. Tee up. So we could refactor some of this stuff if necessary. Excuse me. Okay, someone got allergic. Let's go. A lot of stuff here. Okay, so all we want to do is this guy to get some updates, right? So this is a weather script. It's surprisingly short. Surprisingly short, and the other stuff is surprisingly long. So this is the assumption that the environment will get updates. Okay, but now the architecture is a bit different because this current structure is working this way. If we had to diagram this piece of code, it's more like time is changing something in the environment, which is reflected visually, right? Whether it's raining or whatever. If this shit changes, it's changing the current weather, which is assumed as the UI layer. But we don't want to do that. Our system is working as like just a single, not single, but simple triggers. Time is moving forward, and then the world events are happening, whether they are part of an environment system or plant system, that kind of. So that's really what it is. Okay. So let's cut this one out too. Similarly, a new day arrived. Okay, so in our logic here, we are doing it hour by hour. So we're not going to bind it to time pass, but we are going to listen to a special event, which is hour reached. So this is like every time time is moved forward to the next step. So at speed 1, every minute here is time passed. At speed 2, every 5 minutes or 10 minutes, whichever interval it is, I don't remember, that's also time passed. And at the highest speed, 1 tick is also time passed. So it's regardless of how many minutes have passed. It's all time passed. But there are special cases where the hour is reached. Now, that's a tricky situation because you could slowly reach a certain hour, or you could be at 59 and then speed up the game, which will push it to 1904. The hour should still be passed, which should trigger that event. So we should pay attention to that, which makes me think it's 1, 15, and 25. These numbers might be adjusted too. Either way, we should trigger time passed or hour reached accordingly. So the notification will be 4 hour passed in weather script. So there's this new day arrived. Will also be, this has never been used anyway, right? Passed. So this is sort of garbage anyway. I'll keep it there because I can replace. For now, actually, let's just use it. We are connecting to what? We are connecting to hour passed. So maybe hour reached. Okay. And I'll have a generic method here, update UI, responsible for updating the UI. Because this is just a weather UI, this should really have no impact on the world. We may as well call this weather UI. However, we already have a singleton for weather system, so that acts more like the AI itself. So this is weather. We'll see. That's not really a big loss. So here, what we want to do is kind of this. But we have to pull the data from, now we are here because we just listened to the event. So now we are writing the update UI function in here in the UI. We are going to request the data. So if this is getting the current temperature, doesn't seem to be used. Oh no, that's actually the system here, which has its own method. There are predictions in an array. So pivot weather days. Oh, I see. So for each one of these, so when this system gets some information, it's updating its children. That's what this is about. We could write could follow a similar structure here. When timer goes off, these predictions, they can ask for information. Instead of this structure giving information to the children, each child could ask for its own information. Fine. Because they are daily predictions, they are not hourly size values. Prediction system is a whole other game anyway. So let's see. These two will be the same, by the way. This one. And this is an easy read. There. This has been marked as weather condition. I do remember writing it, but pulling the right icon. So this guy will have a temperature property. Yeah, I find this kind of thing unnecessary. No, never going to, except in some cases you get an error. In this case, because there's an already condition there, it's difficult to explain right now. All we need to do is go back to this layer and say, from this guy's perspective, there is going to be a weather condition, something like this, right? It kind of looks like this. Value. This is looking messy by the minute. Messier. You know what? That looks like it's never been updated. Yeah, that's it. That has never been typed. This is actually. Yeah, that's what this there. Okay, so weather condition is this. So we could do this copy path. This. This is a temperature thing. This is, I believe, float. Float. Just put 1.0. Now, this average is not going to work because I haven't yet. So let's do time passed. Let's run. Say 1. Goes 5 here, which is kind of good news because this was 25. Means something is working. So I could do something like I'm also curious why it's showing 5. And still 5. I don't think anything is happening. Oh, I also see a problem here. Expected 0 arguments, but called with 1. Yeah, I do remember the trouble with this last time. Right? I was going to remove this and merge it here. Yeah, time passed. Let's stop the game. Method expected 0 arguments, but called with 1. Well, this is gonna go away, kinda. This is actually the time here. This is what it's saying. Here's your time. First, when you do that, you gotta do this. Isn't declared in. Actually, no. Sorry, my bad. You call this, and there's an incoming period. Now it's 10. We still have some, but that's just once. Created panel, okay. This is a different error. I think I was doing this. Yeah, just GUI input. There's a GUI call there. This on, yeah. Let's go to method. Doesn't exist. Why is this zoom in here? I guess this was for dragging it. Which might be deleted. Because there's going to be a general UI part, draggable part. Should be managed by groups or by their header. Is here. Yeah, it's this guy. So yeah, this has the footer part here, same problem, and then the header part, same problem. Can be investigated at a later date. Okay, they are just missing their stuff. So here's the temperature. If this structure is here, here. I could update this temperature here. You know, I could be writing them like this so that I update only once, except this is kind of going to be once. Another thing I can do here is I think it was like this, right? Export node path var. See, both are temperature, but one is how could you even label? Oh, wrong screen. These two are going to have the same value. This is air temperature as far as our data structure goes. Same air temperature, but this is user friendly. Let's call it user friendly temperature. Okay, that's that. Now, what I would like to do here is when we come here to the inspector, I want to assign. Sorry, that's deleting it. Assign. Except, well, let's do it the other way around. Let's do air temperature because the other one is tucked in somewhere. Air temperature, assign. And here I'll find the temperature, which is the value. Happens to be another structure. It's not just the label, because if I do this, I actually have access to the node path, which is this. This has a method. This is composed of this ice. This has a method too. That when you change the temperature, it does something. And this is what I found interesting here. Anyhow, so when we change the temperature, integer temperature, supposed to thing we should not really worry about with it. Whether it's integer or float, we can round it during display. Excuse me. It should just be float. And this could very well be just do a round, okay, and then you put this through in str. As simple as that. And what is this? Get node or no? Similar to get node, but does not log an error if path doesn't point to. But then we still do check it here. We do know this degree is in the tree. The heck? Okay, if we did nothing, this should still work, right? I mean, nothing else. This is 0. I don't think we are getting errors. A whole set of other errors here, but yeah, that's a GUI input error. That's fine. I don't those. There's nothing about this here. It's now set to 0. That's because it's actually doing rounding. If you don't do that, see what happens. I may have also killed the whole connection there anyway. We don't really need this. Yeah, this is not happening anyway. Let's just temporarily open it. That's it. So, you see. So this is what I was saying, temperature. So you do the new temperature, and this should just work by itself. Except that this isn't declared in the current scope. Well, not like that. Of course, you gotta do something, right? This. That's it. And then these values will still be 8, I believe, in a few minutes. So we don't really need any of this because they are already always in the tree anyway. I don't really know. And we certainly don't need none of this should be managed here. Also, this could stay tool, it doesn't matter. This is it. Let's do the round again. Plot value, so this should just work. 4, 5, minus 4, and then we are rounding it. We may have to change it to a more precise value, it's okay. Maybe we'll do it, I don't know, 16.5 degrees, that kind of thing. What was that? To fixed or precision? Am I remembering JavaScript to fixed to precision? Digits? Digit? Pad decimals? 2? Yeah. Do 1. So then don't round it. Problem is when we get the, I don't know, 16.2, it's still going to look like 16. Maybe at that point we'll do 0.0, 0.5, which won't involve this anyway. So this is in essence at this point. So just show what it is, and then we'll deal with it later. So this is this should no longer be integer temperature. This is just temperature display. But the same kind of conversation could go here too. When the script responsible for this whole thing is responding to time passed, it's updating here. How is it any different than updating this child? The only difference is this looks a little bit more complex, right? This is kind of like one-off thing. Because for these systems, I was saying this should individually subscribe to time passed so it can handle its own thing. Well, so could this, right? That sort of thing. However, I think this is a matter of convenience because now for each one of these, you have to write a script, and in each script you have to attach, like you have to subscribe to time pass, right? That's 8-9 different things here. 9. So we could consider this whole thing as a system, which happens to be like this anyway, minus these parts. They will be self-contained. So that's fine. So I don't see any problem here. In doing this here. So its weather condition is, well, I'm showing the wrong case, but I'm still talking about the right. Yeah. Something happens here, access something here and change its value, and then it take care of itself. So again, this should not happen. We want to simulate this effect on our own. Right now it's happening because of this. Current temperature being this one. Yeah. There's an update temperature method. Which is directly calling this, but it also has a setter, so it shouldn't maybe call. This should not be exported. For testing purposes, perhaps. Anyway, get ourselves some more space here. Okay. Now we should do this here. This is gonna go somewhere here. I'm taking it out because we are now canceling this. Also, this is no longer this because I already switched to this. So air temperature is going to have a temperature. You lose the connection. No, you didn't. Let's close this. This has to be the same value as this one. Okay. Email set index. Oh, when I say node path, it's still the node path. I'm not yeah, there's a delicate way of doing this, that the air temperature is ready, because this is just the node path, it's not the component itself. Actually, there was a way of doing this that I see. Okay, that's it. So this is a funny way of writing it. So by export node path, we are exposing the variable to the interface, to the inspector. So this is going to let us select node here visually, but it's a string, which is the node path. We want it to be ready once it's all done. And its value ultimately, this node path, which happens to be here, is accessed, and it turns into a component. So this starts off as a string, which is fed into this, which is then overridden as the component itself, so you could access the temperature. The downside is, you do it this way. At this point, it doesn't actually know what it's going to load, so you cannot really get function calls. This is an internal thing, specific to nodes anyway. So you will get all the default ones, but not your custom in script. Cannot do temperature. The other thing, I believe there's a way of doing it. If you do this tool, then it actually does look up. I think wrong about that. Either way, it's going to work. You have to be, because it's working. In fact, we could actually type make this one show 15 and this one show 5. So we don't have to write horrible lines like this. We could just write them like user-friendly temperature is this one. Going to be similar. Get node and user temperature. And here, user-friendly temperature, similar idea. Copy the wrong thing. This. Let's make this 35 degrees so we see the difference. I did not assign it. It should be, this weather condition also has a script expecting this sort of 5:15 done. Okay. Now, because this system has two parts, there's the icon part, there's also the value part, right? You could make another assignment here, or trigger a method which is going to be responsible for changing the icon. Quite possible. But this is pretty much the story for the rest of these, right? What is weather info? This pivot was the IC. Value. And this box grid container. It's like cloud condition. Yeah, that's a whole other system. Let's call this, let's be more explicit, pressure tendency. Because I remember reading about this in the data structure. Wind is fine. This wind actually is going, it's funny because this is a compound value. There's the directionality, there's the speed, which we have as two separate values. This is more like wind condition, but let's call it wind value. Taking all the rest. There's a separator here. There should have been a horizontal separator, which there is. Don't know what happened to its probably destroyed in the theme. Anyway, this will require some UI changes too, which is the reason why I actually don't want to write it in this format. I'd rather select it from the interface. Like, if it gets fucked up, I can actually be. This is going to be happening very soon with the rest of the current weather conditions after I get some more tea. Okay. Check a few things. Related stuff. Okay. Let's continue. Let's put the other parts here too. Go from the top left condition. Pressure tendency. Call it cloud condition. This is actually going to be cloud height, but I'm calling it condition because maybe we'll merge some other stuff. There's cloud condition, what, F1 and F3, right? Wasn't it? No. But to go back and forth between these two was F1 and I'm wrong. Anyway, so there was a way to switch between these modes. Anyhow, it's pressure time. So it's actually sea level pressure. Let's call it just pressure. And then there's pressure tendency. That's what we did here too. There's the wind. Could call this wind condition. This is similar to the cloud condition. And then we have the temperature. We are right there. There's going to be a dew temperature or dew point. Which is actually a temperature, but they don't call it temperature. In essence, if this value is getting close to the air temperature, in other words, that's when you see dew, which means it's going to rain. So there's just not enough moisture. There's not enough room left in the air to hold the moisture, so saturated. Or in other words, if this is okay, but the air temperature is approaching, hitting the dew point, where it's going to. That there's humidex, the Canadian thing. There's also wind chill. So this actually has to change to wind chill in winter. Get some help. This right now we see neither one of them because it's within normal values. When we get a really cold weather, well, it could actually happen in a few days here. We are going to see wind chill here. In the summer, when it's really humid and hot temperature, we'll see humidex, which is the temperature you get to feel because there's too much humidity. And in the winter, there's too much wind, so this feels colder. Am I writing humidity in the interface? I think I am writing humidity, no matter what. So this I have 8 here. I have 8 here. Why am I thinking if there's going to be... Oh, visibility is not something I put here. That is something that maybe I will not display. Maybe I'll talk about it if it's foggy. If the visibility is low, then we have fog warning. Maybe I'll do it here. So that actually gives us 7, 6 plus this, and then minus or plus humidex. If there is no decent value, maybe I'll put an NA or dash. But either way, that humidex will sometimes turn into wind chill. So, which means I need a optional field. Let's finish the last one, which is humidity. Let's write that and then move on to the optional one. So how can I create that optional field? Here. By the way, in pretty much all this, it's going to be more or less the same story, right? In other words, For these three, we could use a system like this. Script name is going to change, but we are updating some value. How is it any different? We had to create this humidity value as component, because we can say humidity value is 41 and the percentage will be part of that component, just like C and this degree sign, part of the component. This is just a temperature component that we are using in other cases. Here. Still the same temperature. So you could have a percentage component. Because I think we will use this temperature component here too. We might already have that. This is not that. Okay. The condition. This. Yeah, that's what I would have done. And let's change the script name there from integer temperature. Can I really rename it here? Let's just close this. I'll be a little bit dumb about this. I'll call it temperature. But then it's also about showing values. Really the temperature itself, temperature value. Why I'm doing this is because out of this, I'm going to I could just type this as value. In fact, that's what I'm going to do. Save this and then save this as percentage value. And this is going to be percentage. It could technically stay as update value, but then it's universal. I'm thinking there might be other cases where we will have to do some massaging with the value. That, and also this. Value, new value, new value. Update temperature and percentage. So those are sort of custom like. And this cannot be degree anymore, it will change. Humidity, which is this has to be its own thing. By the way, when I designed this, they were light green, and for some reason they are looking more dark green. Yeah, this has not been touched, which is still light green. What happened here? So like this one, font color, this, I believe it's this one anyway, or this one. So These are the same components. Open it. What the? This one. Save. Run. Yep, I do not have those assigned. Hence, cloud condition is this. Pressure is this. Wind condition is this. We are assigning the values. Dew point is humidex is this. Finally, humidity. So let's run again. Okay. Now, this air temperature is freaking out because there is no longer temperature but value, which reads more like this is the value of the temperature instead of saying air temperature. And user-friendly temperature. So it skipped this. User-friendly. The user-friendly system is operating under this different regime, the different system. Open that. It's kind of weird because this is actually same thing, but most likely trickling information down to this level. So when you say, I see, this is, yeah. So this should be set to value. And then this also has to be value. Let's relabel this as icon. Do Control R. On. Funny thing is, maybe there should be an update icon method. It should not be past the condition. It should look up its own condition. The AI system will define the condition anyway. This guy will read from there. Or that's the kind of thing we are doing here anyway. We are looking up the information. You could actually pass that anyway. It's pretty much the same thing, except what I started here as This has to be looked up somewhere. It's kind of hard coded here. For now, I think it's defaulted to sunny anyway, which is always putting sunny. We will skip that part, but most likely this part, yeah, this has to change. Let's keep this weather conditions still. Where's the here? I think I'll call this user-friendly conditions, right? And then this will have a temperature. Let's go here and then see if the binding is, yeah, it's, you have to, so that script will have, this one still has a temperature which is setting it. This has to change though to this value. Set that to value. Okay, 3515, and it's always the same because doing both 15, it should say 15 for both. In here, user-friendly conditions temperature, this will have its own not temperature, but again, we cannot really get the help for this. You gotta do the update condition, which is going to be the icon. That's why I will change condition to find 7. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, checks that. Still work, except I left it here. This says to be update icon, or just comment it out. This icon will be updated some way. From here, yeah, we don't really get to. So you gotta pass the new icon. So that icon will be again this stuff here. Rect texture. Just an icon. This could just be and what I messed up here. Oh, can't be just assigned. Texture icons, texture will have it. Now there is a singleton icons, which is responsible for icons. This may change. Either way, the weather system has to tell this system to output the proper icon. So we can, so there are weather icons and we are looking for the proper condition. This will turn into a condition. This is like the condition name, which is the icon. That is a whole other system. Again, this should just run. Caveat that let me see. This is empty. Of course, it's gonna fail here, and it's going to fail there. So I'll put a note here. Should look up the appropriate So that's fine. Now, we are kind of ready to do some of this. This is definitely going to be done here. So there are some text parts there. Pressure is like that. Wind value, pretty much like that. I will take these two up here. They are going to be replaced. This is prediction system. Predictions plus predictions, weather behavior. This whole thing can be commented. I'd like to delete it. Velocity to compass. Wind velocity. I see. It's finding the direction, which is something that's coming from the data structure. But this is as if from the velocity. Why is velocity changing the wind direction? A bizarre concept. I guess for randomization testing. Yeah, we'll do something like this soon, based on the angle. For now, this is gone too. This had something to do with the this being panel container, which should have show method or not. If this is really necessary here. Because it's, I see. I see. Okay, well, problem though, we have to specifically call this show here. So it would actually fire this show to do animation kind of thing. Instead, there's a better method, which is visibility changed. So then you know whether it's shown or hidden, you act accordingly. So then the player shows it. This is called anyway. So something has to trigger this anyway. But when you trigger that, you don't have to explicitly do this. It's going to be done. So in other words, this is gone. This is a whole other thing anyway. This show should not be here. This should be visibility changed. Similarly, or this is a different thing. So this hide is this when becoming hidden. So that's actually hide. Garbage. This is replacing this. Okay. This one. Yeah. This is covering both cases. You gotta check whether it's true or not. Let me look at this. What is the difference here? in both hide and show, this is the same. Different I see. We first wait for the animation, then hide it. Which is different than because with the dialog boxes there is another method like about to change visibility. Let's see, from here we go to dialog. Any one of these will actually do it. Call it pop-up dialog. This class. From here you go to window dialog. It says signals. Pop. About to show pop. Yeah. There's a chance I'll convert the panel containers to this to take advantage of it, or I'll bring back the other show system. It's, I think, still too early for that kind of fancy work. And then there is the moving part here with the GUI inputs. Okay. Messages going back and forth. So there was show method here. So let's put this back on. It's going to call this one, which is this. Maybe we are calling hide somewhere, which is also going to call hide here. So let's just do that too. We'll maybe unbind this for the time being. See, not rock the boat. This is a whole other thing. Okay, we'll do this. Now we are getting into that area where we'll most likely do something like this, that these values will be displayed in the UI. We have pressure, dew, air, visibility, which we are not. This will be useful in the way we calculate whether it's foggy or not. We have the cloud condition again. This will play a role in the cloudy day or not. And these two will be combined, which is the problem we are having about the velocity and such. So right now, this system is working as a standalone plugin. Folder structure wise, it's also in a funny place. Let me duplicate this one here, and this here. So this is the Godot project files, and of course this is the resources that is outside the work folder. Essentially, Urban Farmer has a work and resources folder. So anything that is not going to be shipped will be worked out in these resources folders. This image file is the file that we are currently using in plugin. The plugin itself is asking for a file, and we find it somewhere else. It doesn't have to be coming. The project folder. This could be your documents, downloads folder, whatever. This is only for us to see this in plugin system. We have all these other plugins. However, in the end game, in the end result, this has to be somewhere. So for now, I can do a manual copy, paste. Because I know that this code number is reserved for Toronto. I put all this in Toronto folder, but does it even matter if you are going to look it up by its code number anyway? So maybe it should be data slash I don't know, just weather data, right? That's the folder, and you have many numbers representing cities, so it could be that. So inside data, say we have weather. Okay, so it's broken down by cities as folders, or broken down by just files like this, which is its code name. This is for Toronto's 2010 data. This is not a complete work because it's only pulling 6 or 7 elements of data. We have other parts of weather data that we haven't collected yet, which is precipitation, whether it's rain or snow, how fast the precipitation is, accumulation rate, all that stuff. So this is going to be most likely 90 or 100 or even more by the number of hours for that particular year. Now we have many years of data, that kind of thing. There are plans to combine all the years into one file, so then this is going to be a more rectangular file, square. So then the dimensions will look more balanced instead of this drastic, very skinny image. The compression rate is better. It's more square. So then there won't be a year part here. There won't be dash 2010. It will just be all Toronto data. Then everything can be here in the weather folder. So for now, I'm pretending that's the one. What I did, copy, paste, done. Now Godot will most likely do its thing. Did okay, done. Now from there we'll pull the data. Now pulling the data part is weather system, which happens to be this guy. Now I can only imagine this will be going through a major refactoring. So I believe the current weather UI is already randomizing some values in these thresholds. Shall see. Okay. Maybe this will be broken down into weather system, but it's about rain and other things. So because I have a feeling this file is going to be dense. Yeah, it is not controlling just these two. It will control a lot more. Let's look at the general structure here. This is about the new day that is requested by the weather UI. Under thing. Yeah, this is, I think, every half an hour there was a change. So it's 48. Wait. For lerping. I see, for gradual changes. I've been thinking about that. For now, we just have to put the good values. So in here, we should actually read, and the reading part is kind of done in component, which is here. Every time this system, there's a timer here, it ticks. It's pulling the next hour's data, which is the next there are rows of colors here representing wind speed, wind direction, that kind of thing. Now, one thing I haven't done, and I should be careful about that, is that when I import Toronto data, which is 2010 or something like this, this should be imported as lossless. It is lossless. Done. Good. Because we want to read the raw, unaltered values. In other words, as I'm simulating my data here, which is the values coming from the CSV file, I have a way of checking those numbers, and those are the numbers we should see. This one. We'll check those numbers here. So let's look at the reading part here. So first of all, I don't want to pass the image every single time. That image should be stored well, that image refers to the data itself. However, when we hit the end of the file here, we need to load the next year's data, that kind of thing. So either way, the data will be continuous. So there's going to be a system inside this first function call, which is going to be responsible for making the data. And we'll be passing this. Maybe we will not pass this because we will access the hour. When we say hour reached or time passed, we know the value. That's fine. So all we really care for is really this. In essence, okay. So I'm going to close other tabs. I'm going to open this one. I'm going to open their system. We have enough stuff going on. So we have a class here, represents the weather's behavior for the day. I don't think this will be needed. Either way, I'm kind of writing my own stuff here, right? Going to be a function. Which we called figured out in the plugin. This will be get weather measurement, weather. I don't want to say condition. That's a big concept. Let's look at that PDF file that I keep. This one. Data, surface data, integrated surface data. This is responsible for the wind stuff and other things. This is the optional part which we'll look at. Air temperature, this is the one. So we just say wind direction or whatever. All in here. Direction and speed. And speed. So this whole system is data. And everything is data. Quality, measurement, for and this is about that ID and such. Right? Let's take these two. That's really what it is. And we could write some helper thing here. Let's just pass so it stops bitching about it. Okay. For example, ID is wind. Measurement is direction. That's what I did here. We're gonna have to do multiple lines comment in Godot. There is no such thing, right? This. Yeah. I don't think there is a comment multiple lines. Yeah, I do multiple selection, but the reason why I'm bringing this up is because there's some discussion whether we should write something like what is JS code or Oxygen. The function itself is documentation. I'll look into that some other time. Maybe what I can do for now, instead of generating it, let's just do this. Let's call it doc. Okay, documentation. Maybe there I'll write a plugin shortcut that will actually I'll put this as parameters, and there's going to be some text part. This is going to be direction. Okay, so in direction. For now, we get it. This I think I do. How am I doing? I'm doing okay, Captain Fubar. Thank you, sir. I'm working out the weather stuff today. There's a lot of code stuff, a little bit of visual stuff, but mostly code stuff today. Have I tried? Ooh, Streamlabs is complaining about your link pasting now. Interesting. Okay, let's open your link. Have I tried GD Scriptify? I don't remember enabling that vote. I don't know that why that weird stuff is happening sometimes. It's not like you pasted 50 links, right? The first time you did it during this stream, it's complaining. Okay, let's look at this magical documentation. Node system. Aha. Okay. So you run it over your GD script files, which then outputs into this folder some HTML files. Question is, how do you format your files, right? Do they have examples here? Examples as I was hoping examples of GD files, so I would look at the confused. Why is this in examples? And it's as if those are... Okay, I guess that's the wrong folder. But I think I over the example links. So I entered this, which is full of PNG images. I think the wrong folder there to be examples. Or mislabeled folder. In the main README. Which is then this. Okay. Get this. Which is the MD file. Okay, I'm looking for the GD file. Cycle. Okay, but this is the output. I'm more interested in actually this. There's probably a system that we have to follow to write like a certain way, so that that tool is going to read it and turn into document. Yeah, the command formatting. Because the because it's not going to know what ID stands for. What is the purpose of writing ID? What does it mean in my code context here? That's the it's as if I need the raw GD file to look at the comments first so that I can make sense of the output here. This makes sense, but what was it before in here? Where can we see that? Docs source. That. Use the link how to use student. Documentation, how to document GD script files. Okay. Let's see. Section documentation. I guess I'm in the right place. Doc strings. Right about the code being documented. So it's double count, okay. Double hash. If true, particles are being emitted. The type of particles is this is important. Okay. There's something specific about functions I want. Okay, now is the time to look at the examples again. Most likely singletons will be responsible for some functions. Variables, constants, okay. Functions. This is looking promising. Thank you so much. We will look into this some other time outside the stream hours. But it is going to be very useful. So I'm going to write it down. This is not exact information flow, but I'm looking at this diagram all the time these days. So I'm going to put a note here. Sticky note. GD scriptify. Okay. Exclamation mark. Make it red. Red as possible. Put it right here. I'll look into this. I think so. Yeah, I've used JS docs and Doxygen and other things like that. I used to do JavaScript. I think with Unity C# too. So they some of these guys have, or the code editors would have integrated systems. So I was hoping that there would be a shortcut at least to create the comment template here. There is none, but also there has to be a system that reads it. That is this. So let's start this. Watch it. Good. Awesome. Thank you so much. Oxygen. Yes. So for now, I'm just going to be okay with this. Or let's do double here. Let's start with this. And when I look into it later, at least half of it will be ready. Now, when we want to get the measurement for wind direction, oh, it's locked because it's oh, I'm kind of running the game, which is the usual tools I need to make. Yeah. So how have you been so far? It's been a while since I stream regularly. We haven't bumped into each other. Cool. I think one time I tried Streamlabs. Maybe remember uninstalling it too. I don't know why the bot is still sometimes popping link problems. Set library. Ah. Hmm. Do you have a link to the project? I can show it during the stream briefly. Hmm. I'm afraid if, yeah, I made him with Godot without any third parties. I see. Cool. So then you could put it here, right? Yeah, I find the whole plugin system really efficient. My last contribution, well, not to the community, I'm still writing custom plugins here. Simulating weather data values here. This is coming from real life data, which is represented as this image, which is a crazy idea. I'm just going to talk about it very briefly and then get back to work. So there is a file full of values in a CSV file. The file size is really big. So I'm taking just enough data and convert it into an image of this size or dimensions, and the file size is quite low. So the trick is to read the proper values back from the image. So this simulator here is doing that. Now my current goal is to represent these values in more pleasant. So that's where you put the stream. So we'll look for the data for a certain hour wind direction. So for wind direction, we are looking at all these rows. The direction is the first column, the speed is the second column. So we'll read the pixel value from the image and then convert it to values. And that work is already done here, except it's working in this prototype. So we have to take this stuff, take it out of the plugin ecosystem to the game system. Yeah, it is sophisticated, but I think the data compression is quite effective. So going from megabytes of data to 124 kilobytes is quite good. Now let's see. I'm going to store this information somewhere else. That's why I'm only passing ID and measurements. Let's just shamelessly take this. Hope that it will make sense here. So we do have image and hour here, which happens to be the data itself. So I need to be storing data somewhere here or somewhere else that I have to access, and the hour information. So how do I do that? First, that's number one difficulty. Second is see weather elements. This is important because, let's see, this is the column number that we know, which pixel is represented. when we say get us the visibility, we know from which column we have to read. Yep, it is exactly like that. Weather patterns on color. Here's a benefit though, which is going to sound even more awkward. This is this is going to be done live in Godot, but I'm only simulating it here. Imagine we have this color going all the way from top to bottom, and when you do the blend mode, the result is different color. Of course, this might be too harsh, so I'm lower values here. So then I randomize the data. This is going to be giving a slightly different values within a certain range. And if I had to do that for all the values, if the data was kept in an array, that would be a very big for loop. Well, all this is possible, but I'm talking about visually looking at things too. So this makes sense to me right now. We'll see. And we have different modes here. I think additive and subtractive will be important. Let me see. This has to be... The order matters there. Subtract or add. So one of these is doing the right thing. Anyway, I'll look into this. Am I using? I will use custom resources. I looked into it a while ago, and then I stopped because other priorities. But I do believe I still have some remnants of it. It's all in here. Yeah. So there was a plant resource. This one had a piece of code too, right? Yeah, plant's health, how much sunlight it needs, that kind of thing. This will be exposed to the interface, but I left it there. So plant was... There was a hierarchy here. Vegetable is a plant. Plant is essentially a game object. There's basic inheritance here, but very minimal. In fact, this vegetable could just be plant. This is a silly inheritance variable that I put here. See how it's already taking all the things from here, plus it's asking a stupid question. It's a boolean. Yeah, I did. You mean the custom resources by myself or the color ID? Color ID is completely mine. The custom resources, I may have seen a few like resource tutorials, but not with inheritance. I mean, I think this is already available. Yeah, the weather pattern is my idea. Yeah, the color mixing, yeah, that's all mine. But it's so difficult to talk about it because I gave a presentation and I don't think people understood it. Well, they understood why I was doing it, but it's a very unconventional method. People usually say why I'm not holding the data in a database or other files. Like, I'm not really interested in those methods because the compression is horrible. I could be using other compression files, but then you don't have the blend mode benefit, which is randomizing the data very quickly. So even if it's not bringing anything better, it's still good enough, or it's a creative way of storing data. I'm really not saying it's better than everything else out there. Yeah, so it's the big problem here is always about data cleaning. So these CSV files, the data is to be cleaned up anyway, but once it's cleaned, I have a script that's taking this CSV file, process it into these other 4 files here, and one of these files is outputting this. So it will turn into a pipeline. Because this is just Toronto, but I want to do it for 500 more cities. So naturally, with just 4 cities, this is the file size that I have. So I need to compress the data. So I could always use a database, but then how am I going to ship this with the game? I mean, database can compress this data. I get it. I don't want to end up reading tables and columns and all that stuff. So I'm not too enthusiastic about holding weather data in a database. Yeah, the weather variation. I'm using 4 channels RGBA to store the data. So if I need small variations, I could be doing the blue and alpha channel because those are the least their contribution to the end result is less than red and green channels. And most likely I will never change the red channel because then you could easily saturate the color. It could go over 1 or like 255, that kind of thing. I don't want to go either too low or too high, somewhere within the range, that kind of thing. But it offers flexibility. So if I say I need little variation, I'll use the alpha channel. I need a little bit more drastic variation, I'll use the blue channel. That's why this color here, I intentionally picked green. If I need less impact, I'll go here. This variation will be even less. But if that doesn't work, then of course we'll do this white. Wow, grayscale, and then we'll change the alpha. I don't know where alpha is here, but we can do it in the code. So this is even less variation, so I'll just turn off the layer. You can visually see there's a very little variation. When the value is converted back, it will be fractions here, maybe minus or minus plus 40, 30, depending on the range here. Am I doing a white paper? I might. I'm actually writing a book now for pack publishing. That's taking half of my time. So writing a paper might be exciting, but I could be doing a tutorial about it. That would count as a paper. It's distributing. Yeah. Part of the yeah, maybe I'll do that some other time, like a maybe extended presentation. I try to do it in a presentation format, which was I also streamed about this, but finding hours of content or useful part during streams is a bit extent. Maybe I'll do a dedicated session. So I'm actually going to talk about it right now, so it's going to look like you already. I have to bring in some values from here. Let's say go here, open this CSV, this one, because I kind of need to see it myself, right? So for example, temperature values could be in the positives or negatives. So some of these guys, yeah, like that. So there's a sign change that has to be taken into account. And some values are going from 0 to 160,000. So that's a big range. So all of that has to fit in the color scale. Fortunately, we have only 255 colors in one channel. So that conversion process was really interesting. There's normalization process and denormalization, which is happening right now, which I have to implement here anyway. So you are kind of going to get the white paper. ish stream, right? So the I have to transfer this plugin code to my game code now. There's an ISD min-max thing, which is this stuff. Okay, this is available to the game code too. I like that. So this is going to work just fine. This could stay X. We need to figure out hour here. I think we should also pass hour here. It's going to be an integer. Do another double. Today, explanatory. And what else we need here? Data. We said that data is basically the image itself, so that image has to be loaded in the memory. Right now, that image is passed to the simulator. What's the time interval for all that weather data here? 1 hour. So I think I understood your question, but let's just look at this. I still need to clean up some of these values, but well, I already wrote a macro that is doing that, but I need another layer of cleaning. Let's run this. Oh, okay. So January 1st, 2010, at midnight, they measured it. 1 hour later, they measured another. Sometimes, though, there is another measurement in between. What's the right name for that in English? Like, you say 1 o'clock, it's the exact hour. Sometimes you have 1:35 and another measurement at 2. And then several days later, you have another measurement between two major hours. So I have to be cleaning that too. But the interval will always be an hour. And of course, to bring that into the game context, I have to be doing something like this too, fine. And of course, I was just about to say that's also good. So every minute here, for testing purposes, I will consider every minute here as an hour value from the file, so I can populate this area. But in the final game, when we hit the perfect hours, then this will get updated. Yeah, it is a very high resolution data. There are different files that are daily datas or weekly or monthly. But now that I have the most granular format, I can actually go about it. Different way. So this is the 2010 hourly global data. It's a very big folder. So each one of these is a weather station in the world. Right now I'm processing Toronto. Anyway, that's the one with the folder. 7.1. Yeah, I was right. Why are you not finding it? 71624. Oh. 716. Yeah, this is Toronto 2010. I have to process the 2009 and all the other ones. This is global hourly. There is also global. Oh, daily summaries. Those are the summaries done after the hourly ones. There is also monthly summaries. This one. And I believe it could be in a different folder, but there is something about the predictions. But that's done for the Navy and for sea stuff. I'm interested in the land surface prediction system. So I've been doing a lot of reading, and yeah, it is going to simulate every hour of a specific location. In fact, I can give you more or less the number of cities we'll be able to simulate. Please. What do you mean you did not? Oh, because I changed it. Resources. Let's go with this then. Okay, this one. So I have the data for 545 cities. These cities are, they all have more than 1 million population. If that number is too high, then I will go with this one. In that case, we still have 242 cities, so that's still a lot of cities. But yeah, I needed a way to do this procedurally, since I'm pretty much a one-man show. But yeah, I need to process the data for like these cities. This one is in China, and weather station that I thought is good enough and has all these years as data. So I'll try to make some sense of this. This is going to be kind of a worst case scenario, but it's the most inclusive scenario. If I go with cities that have 500k population, and the number of cities is almost doubled, it's 968. So it could just work as a weather simulator, really. Just that aspect of it is crazy enough. Let's do it. So we are not calling the data yet. So where is the image? In this area. So in here, we read the image and we are passing the image around. The image reading is done. Encoded image file dialog selected. In other words, when I do this, is doing this, loading the path. Okay, that's my image file. Data to simulate is an image file. We need something like this. Since this is the weather system, I see no shame in storing that here. And I will call it weather to simulate. Weather data, which is the image. Now that weather data will be assigned this path as its so this is a singleton, but we can do this like this, right? Let's just put this here. We'll pull in image data, store it in so this should run anyway. Oh, that happens to be a PD anyway, which is what we'll do here anyway. Cut this, go all the way down to find PD, which is here. And we'll do this. Weather data. Load path. What is the path though? We'll just bullshit it right now. On this. This should have said I'll pull in weather data. Let's pull in and then remove. Let me see. I can use normal virtual functions. This is not extending. This is extending from node. It has to extend from something. But this whole system, it works as a singleton, which is like auto load. Everything here is accessible to all the scripts. So you're not really doing virtual stuff. You don't need to override it or anything. Accessible. There are other systems here too, like time, which this guy is depending on. When the time singleton is saying, well, time is passed, this guy is going to listen to that, and then basically when time is passed, it's going to update the weather data based on that time value. And then another system, which is the UI, is going to ask weather system, yeah, I know you have data for me, just give it to me, that kind of thing. All systems are working separately. Because some of these guys will be giving the same information to different systems, like this. Here's the Holy diagram. This is still a simplified version of it. Yeah, it is an event bus, so it's the observer pattern. So the weather system is going to affect the rain accumulation, snow. There's going to be visual parts here. Maybe we'll trigger thunderstorm sound and visual effects. So all these systems should be separate enough. They should call each other only if necessary. But they should all be done through the event bus, as you said. In fact, I already have the list is growing here. Events. So as time is passing, there are certain milestone events, such as, yes, time has passed, but now we have reached a new hour. We have just finished a day, a week, that kind of thing. So some world events will be triggered. It never shrinks. The only thing that is ever shrinking is the time available to yourself to finish the game. That's a good concern though, especially if the game is funded. Well, then there's a rush element, but it's a good thing. We are not funded yet, but hopefully with some cool stuff to show like this, I'll get the funding. So right now, let's fake that path. We'll do res. Can you bring me data here? I thought this would bring me... okay. We are faking it anyway, so let's do copy path. Which is this? Okay. This is done. We don't need to be reminded of this. Weather data now has all the data we need, which is this should technically work, except there is no decode function. Now let's move forward with the decode function. Let's take this, put it in here. Yeah, the pitch deck is going to list it definitely. If I could pull this off by the end of this week, here's my goal. I'm hoping by the end of today I will be binding proper values to this interface, maybe only for the temperature. But by the end of this week, what I want to do is sometime in the game time when we hit May and we put a tomato seedling or seed, as these values are fluctuating, we hit June, I want to see this plant to move on to the next phase. Sometime in August, we should actually see it giving fruit like this. Then that's actually good material to put pitch deck or maybe do a small gift trailer, something like that. Then all the rest will just fall in the right places. Let's see, we have the color information. So this is going to be decoding the weather data for certain pixel ID and measurement. Let's see. This is in memory. Done. This is all mumbo jumbo. It's happening here. This is passing colorized value to another function, which is going to do denormalization for this ID and measurement. Okay. That's how I wrote it, so I could seamlessly copy and paste. Make my life easier. This is the value we want to normalize. And for the current ID and measurement, which will have its own minimum and maximum, there's going to be some magic happening. This is going to be returned to this, which is going to be returned to this. Here. And now this is where I'm actually a bit iffy. This should not be done here at this level. This was needed for that other thing. We should not We should not be converting the decimal values, float values, whatever it is, raw values to string yet. That should be done at the display level. That's fine. Started from here, we've done this, I think we are done. This is just the trigger system. The trigger is going to come from where? The trigger is going to come from this layer. The stream? Ooh, I missed a lot of messages. If I want to host my own little asset library, you can use the official project based on the Laravel framework. It's just a bit overkill for me. I think I heard something about that. Like the folder structure is based on Laravel. Streamlabs here complaining. How do I deal with this Streamlabs? Ooh, I think I know why. When I install that, Twitch. Let's go to Twitch. It's awkward to do it during stream, but somewhere here there is a way to remove bots. Let's see, can I read it now? Let's see. You sent me a link. This one. Work in progress. Godot asset library rewrite using okay. So yeah, you gotta have PHP installed in your machine, then you run this. Yeah. I also heard to submit something to asset library, just need to give them your GitHub repo. Isn't that the case anymore? Uh, I need to be upstream for a few minutes. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back, but I'm going to be gone in the next few minutes for half an hour ish. Could I repeat the question? I will repeat the question, then I'll go for a long break. So the question is, I thought to in order to submit something to asset library, you need to give them your. Uh, by the way, you need to give them the GitHub repo that actually has the Godot plugin. So this project, though, from Kalinu, uh, asset library rewrite. Okay, the way I'm understanding this is the whole system to host Godot assets for the system. It can be a link to a zip file, I think. There's also this part here too that if you want to load someone else's zip, you'll be putting them in your machine. Yeah. So I think, yeah, that's what you'll configure to host local. Cool. So I think I'll be away for 20-25 minutes, I'm guessing. Then I'll be back. The stream will be on the post, like you will be showing post screen. And you're around, we'll talk more, and then we'll look at weather system. Much love to you, and see you soon. Okay. I'll turn on the camera too. So we were looking into pulling the correct pixel values from the image. Also need the background music. Put it on. Okay. Let's see. This is where the timer was kicking to trigger the simulate function, which is reading the image we just loaded into the memory. We need to do the trigger part here. Let me just run this because before lunch or dinner break, something was either working, was about to work. Go to weathers, just the weather script. This is where we are hard coding the data. Now we have to pull it from the weather system. Now, let's call weather system. This is going to have some get method and something about measurement. Let's see, get weather. Since this is weather system and I don't need to label it as get weather measurement, so I'm going to relabel it as get measurement. Okay, done. So let's go back to this, get measurement for. We are interested in temperature. Okay, this could be coming from some other enum or I don't know. So we don't hard code it. We don't to make a typo here. We are kind of. So this is returning too few arguments. We also need to pass the hour, which happens to be the time, except should time be passed around freely like that is the question. Run this first. Let's see. Time minute 111. See, that's the problem, right? We are not passing the existing time. We are passing the changing time. Well, let's talk about it a bit more. If you speed up the game, we are in mode 2. Minute is going to be 15. If we hit it, if we hit this button here, it's going to be the highest speed. Going back to normal speed 1. Okay. Which brings us to time itself. Ironically, this is the one, but yeah, there's the timer. Yeah, this is the madness that I'm talking about. So we'll do it this way. I don't think we should be passing anything in time passed. And there's a whole other decision process about this part. Done. That's done. Okay. Ooh, I see. Yeah, it doesn't think of this as a... Is there anything here? Time passed? Nothing. Good. Maybe there are some other parts where this will fail, but for now, did not have anything like this here. Instead, when time is moving forward, we should be updating a central data structure anyway. Is this update time passed? This data set future date, which is the current date plus the difference. In this case, we are going forward. So data get date should give us the current date. In other words, when we get here, we should be able to get the current date. Do it. This is not ticking though. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. Let me look at the data. We started 23:45. When I first output this, we started 46 because time pass kicks in. So this is all correct. It's not bound here. Look into that. Because this also requires this, which is not using it anyway. Date UI. Yeah, this should have been updating it. Update UI. Time passed. This is most likely giving that error that is saying, hey, yeah, on time pass, it's expected one argument but called with 0. In this case, this should not be here. In fact, this could just be automatically bound to update UI anyway in on time passed. So this should now work. So when we do this, this value 51, 52, it should be synchronized, okay? And this is still firing the other possible scenarios where the argument is passed or not. That kind of. We'll fix those as necessary. Now we are getting the time from data structure. There is a chance that it will be put here in the time singleton. We'll see. The reason why it's in data because this is going to be most likely the save file. So when we reload it, we'll know the player's last, where the player is in the game. Yeah. Good. So now that this is running, can we request the data for the temperature associated with that hour? Which should be here. Weather. This. So, see. So it's as if every time we are doing this, we'll pretend that hour is 0 and it's incrementing, right? This is still kind of prototyping. So let's consider this -1. Okay. Every time this update UI ticks, we'll do something like this for now. And here we are simply doing this. This is the temperature. It could get this. Of course, this is going to return what you call it. Integer or float. At this binding level will do the string conversion. Save it. The binding is actually happening. We could just type we could give the value as it is. If necessary, yeah, some stuff is going to be done at bit level. So this is clearly wrong. Let's see, temperature. Now we'll debug. Let's see what happens under the hood. Really, it's wrong. Oh, I think I kind of know why it's wrong. Well, not really though, because I'm passing 0. It has nothing to do with these values. So let's put a debug breakpoint here. Okay. So our value will be 0, which makes sense. Go into weather system, go in, and just step in to, yeah. So this is 0, this is should be PMP, this should be temperature. Okay. From IST min max weather elements, this X should be coming in as 5. Why is that? Because 5 is temperature pixel value. So that's the 5th column, well, 0 index 5th column we should read, which happens to be this one for the 0 hour. Where are we? We are in here. So X is 5, 0. Decode. Do another step into decode. I believe this is all wrong. 0, 0, 0, 1. That's like pitch black, which is actually here. The get pixel value is wrong. When we say get pixel, isn't it X and Y? If the image is unlocked. Oh, that's not what I'm doing. If the image is unlocked, it always returns this. That's the problem. I just answered my own question. So where did we lock the image? We locked the image at the time of reading it, which is supposed to be here. Now in this code, we are locking it before we make the call, but we could as well lock it and unlock it before and after. Because after all, this is going to be here. It's this. The weather data is the image. So you do weather data, lock. You do another unlock. Problem is, you cannot unlock it before you read it. But if you return the red value, you cannot unlock it anyway. So this should be okay. So you can unlock it and then return call it. In this case, this is the measurement. If you do the measurement like that, it's going to clash. So call it, decode it, it's fine. So let's run it again. Maybe let's remove that breakpoint, which happened to be here, because I think I'm confident this will work. Here we go. 16, 10. It stays at 10 for a while, I think. So let's compare this to somewhere here we have those values. It's 30, we should be in the minus 30s, 40s, and then 50, 60, 60, 70, 80, 80. Good, so this is working. Of course, this value should be divided. Again, we can do that. So this is when we can actually do this. Let's see how it goes between the user-friendly and the other one. And when we said minus 30, that's actually minus. Soon we'll hit the 40s, 50s, 60s. There you go. Canadian weather for you. There you go. Okay, I like that. Maybe we'll do this all right aligned. We'll see. There's similar story here. So that's done. Now, what else can we do? Okay. After this brief victory, going to some tea and find more parts. Oh, so what's next here? What's next here is viewpoint. Um, in the end, I will make the hour change trigger this, so there's no need to put an hour marker here. Kind of imagine it in our minds. Every second here is the hour, but normally it will be the hour to hour. Dew point. Let's get the dew point. So dew point is going to be dew point. I believe the way I structured it is very similar. Going to be weather system. Get measurement for. Could have just copied it, to be honest. Then we say get us dew temperature. Okay, this should work just fine. Let's also do this. Too few arguments. Hour. Okay, yeah. You know, that's kind of pissing me off too. For will there ever be a case where we ask the weather system to return the measurement for a particular hour? There will be. It's for prediction, forecast stuff. So this is how I'm going to structure it. If the hour is not there, okay, make this optional. It could just be null, okay? In this case, it's the section. If it's null, but I guess I'm binding it to the. So okay, here's a trick. Let's start it at the value in data, right? Let's start it at day 1, year 1. Value is this. This will change later. This should just be 0. Okay. And then the time passage is going to be such that every tick is going to be, for now, 60 minutes. And also, so we won't be passing this. The game will deduce the time itself. So in other words, you could honestly do it right there. These two can be here. So if hour exists, it's there. If it's not, then you get it from time or data. Get time, and this says when we say day 1, that's actually the 0 day in structure. This year is a whole other business. Right now we consider there's only 1 year's data, so we won't go that far. We'll see. That's why eventually we'll implement that hour reached condition. because what we are doing is a crude approximations. This should be done anyway. So day -1. So in here we'll have day. Because these guys will go, where is it? This is gonna go from 0 to 23 and then reset to 0. But for each one of those sets, we are going from here to 23, and then we have to increment the day. So essentially, this 2 is actually 0. This is the perfect 0. In other words, day value -1, 0, plus hour is 0. That's your index. So here, this plus data get time. So we could just do a time here. Var time. Let's just get this. Okay, that's actually date time, but I'm calling it time. It's the day value of time, plus this is going to have an hour value. And that's fine. So this is altogether the index. This is this hour really. If hour is null, then hour is this. So you can fix it. Here we go. It's all done, right? What is missing here? You don't really need to do this fake stuff here anymore. Probably missing something here. What am I missing? Get measurement for call expected at least 3. No, you don't, because you should save everything that is. This should not even be hour, because this should be day and hour, even year. It's sort of like a time thing. Time is null. This is what we are constructing here, and we'll construct something else here. Yeah, this is when the naming convention gets really okay. Invalid get index day. It couldn't find get time, data get time. Let's do debug. Apparently time is null, we know that. Why it blew up. Okay, we know time is null. What is date time? Is null. That should not have been. Data get time. Why am I saying time? It should be date. This was stupid. Now each hour here is corresponding to real world Toronto data. I need to put for you to see. How can you see? Okay, scroll down. So we are going to day 2, and maybe around 9 o'clock we'll look at day 2 is what here is going to be still moving too fast, but I'm confident this is working. Let's pick a really different value. Hardhead, third day, 13 o'clock. We are looking at these two. 13 o'clock, we should see -11, -14. Nope. Am I on the wrong day? Let's run it again. How can I run this? The timer has to be slowed down. So every 2 seconds, every 3 seconds, tick. Okay, let's turn this up. So day 1, 5 o'clock. I'll look. Is this 5 o'clock? Temperature due 10, 0. That's correct. Then 0, 6, 0, 1. Yeah, I have to divide this by 10. So in other words, this is what I'm going to check. If it's going to be -2, -4 at 14 o'clock. Getting there. -2, -4. Correct. Now we'll move on to -3, soon -5. 5 o'clock. Good. Then we have -1.9. Correct. So this is done. So it's good news. Given the fact that we have those interim hour values, they have to be cleaned up, but cleaned out. This file, it's fine. Okay. Reason why I'm writing this time null part here is because in the prediction system, I'm going to be asking for certain days, certain hour on that particular day, the weather conditions, and I can do the predictions. Right now, that's the plan. There are other systems data structures out there that I can use for predictions, but I have to validate whether it correlates with my existing data. Those two structures are different. Might actually look up. I may have to do my own prediction system out of the existing data, which may basically involve this. If we are design-wise, if we are here outputting the first day's different hour values, the next 24 hours data, I will maybe take an average, that kind of thing, minimum, maximum, and that's what this is going to be about. So, might work out in the end. Let's see if this code is clean as possible. So if time is null, we just get the current hour. This has to be taking into account the year value too, but we'll do that later. And this is simply how we get stuff. Just to change. Particular rows data. Okay, that's really what it is. What's next? We just did here. We just did temperature. This is the same value, due. Humidex is something I'm not going to get into yet. Humidity, we do not have that value in the data structure. We do have wind speed and direction. This should be fun. Let's do this. That should be fun because it is not just one value. This is actually more like a condition. And we can't just assign one value because it's going to take two values. Okay. So how can we approach this? This value for the other stuff is straightforward. This one has a method, set get. It's attached to the value property, so we just set the value. It's going to be similar to. And for this, we are using percentage value. We haven't done that, but we'll bind a percentage value to this. It should have a similar structure. We have that script. Now, we have wind direction and wind speed. So if we set either one of them, it should do this. Just another person to ban from the stream. Bye. Today is the record. I have so far banned 3 people. In the future, we might have a different way of representing wind. Maybe some visual layer that is showing the direction, like compass marker, that kind of thing. For now, we just have to give this directionality. This 15 still stands for the kilometers. Is kind of misleading there, right? Let's look at the current temperature. Ooh, in Toronto we now have a special weather statement. Risk of freezing rain, Sunday night. Okay. So this is going to be in the weather records later when I look. We should be able to see something like that. Now, this is what I'm talking about. This is still the speed here, but the direction is west. I believe one of these properties here is talking about gust, not necessarily G values, but one of these. This is only the current wind speed and direction. In order, direction and speed. It's the order, direction, speed. So, for now, we'll assume there is going to be only this one. Okay, so let's start implementing. So this humidity, no, wind condition value, this has to be a component. It's like this one. I will consider this component as a label for now. I will save this as a scene. Is it one of those meteorology terms? Which one? Gust? This one? I'm guessing it's this one. Yeah, so it's coming from west. Normally this is the speed, but sometimes you might have experienced this. The wind picks up and pushes you, and that's like gust. So when it's gusting, it's this much. Normally it's this much. So you have to be careful about this one, because when it sometimes this will fly objects around suddenly. That's the problem. This doesn't happen all the times. Normally they give this one. Get the detail here. Yeah, like it's 20, but when it's gusting, it's this. Here, it's actually normal. This VR means variable. There is no direction. It's sort of like haphazardly because it's calm. There's no proper direction. And here, actually, it's 20 only from east. This is when it's 20, but when it's gusting, it's 40. So you could have a combination. Or you know what a gust is. Yeah, the format is awkward like that. Which is an interesting point you brought up, because since I'm going to be writing information screens, I should be talking about how to read the interface and how to make sense of that data. It is basically, yes, Windows 2040. So that's actually what I was thinking, that maybe I should just put a dash. Either way, I think for now this is going to be just a label component. Where did I save all this? Other components. How do we see that? I thought there used to be a way to see where these components were. Scenes. Sure. It's a mess right now anyway. The wind condition value, save branches scene under scenes. Let's make a scene of it. Wind condition value done. Let's go in. This is going to have a script very similar to this one, except it's going to have two values. Shamelessly copy this, create a script. Call it win condition value. Sure, I don't care. Let's put it under scripts. Sorry. Done. Label all done. Good. Do this. Put this up here. Done. This value will be speed. Replace all. Other one. This doesn't need to be exported, mind you. Direction. Direction. Actually, either one of these will update value. They will both be changing, which is an interesting case because you cannot really do that in one setter. So backpedaling. You do this. You do this. This should be exactly that. You'll write another. You do this. here, update value, which is the stuff we have to do here. And then you write another one of setters, which is update direction. Direction, new direction. So if either one is updated, they are going to update the value, which is going to be updating just the text itself. How? Let's just put stupid values here for now. Let's call it southeast. Is going to be the direction. It's the compost direction, because this is angle, this is still numerical. We don't want to put the numerical value. We will deduce the label. Let's say if it's 90, it should say east, that kind of thing. Southeast. We could have two values here. So that value will have to be either straightforward value or including the gust value. In that case, we'll have dash. This will be formatted such that direction is going to be calculated. We'll just do calculate direction, which is this direction is this direction. This direction is the key of this dictionary, which will be assigned. Calculate is not done. You are right. In fact, cut it up. I'll just do this. Okay. We are not really calculating direction. We are kind of labeling it, which is sort of direction to label. Let's just do this. Direction to label. Similarly, we need speed such that it's going to be speed to label. It's going to take this speed, and this is going to have its own shell pass now. Direction to label is expecting something. Of course, you. So now we have to do some kind of basic math here, which is our min and max is 1 to 360. So 360 is like 0, 2. In other words, it's still north. What I'm confused about, though, this is something we can check at some point, is in the data structure for January 1st, some hour, doesn't matter. If you read 270, you consider 0 or 1 degree as north. 270 is going to be west. The confusing part here is when you see 270, is the wind coming from west? That's what I'm guessing it is. Or is that the direction it's going to? So the first one makes much more sense. But what we need to satisfy here is this. For a given day, if these guys are showing this, I would like to know the numerical value so I can compare. We'll do that at some point. We will kind of do it now, actually, because I'm going to be writing the function anyway. Historical climate data. What I'm interested in Here's 2010. You imagine it's always the direction it's coming from. That's what I'm thinking too. But then again, my mind works really bizarre sometimes. So trying to find a different meaning sometimes. Or ever worried about if something could mean something else. So this is the one, 2010 hourly go. Fortunately, this is pretty much the same information I'm looking at, right? This doesn't match. 2010, January 1st, 0 hour. Oh, I know why this doesn't match quite well. Because this is not taking into account GMT, which was off like 4 or 5 hours. Let me see. It was weird. Um, there you go. 24, 25, 24, 26. That's it. It's off 5 indices. That's what I remember. So we started. This 7 is this. Let's see. 24, 25, 24, and then 26, 24, 27. So why is the temperature off? Damn you people. Visibility is okay too, so it's 12,000, whatever, some approximated. Pressure is sea level pressure. This is station pressure. This is always lower than sea level pressure, I know. So that's expected to look skewed. This is disappointing. Where is the wind direction though? Which is this? Okay. So this doesn't talk about east-west here. This is the pure data. So we have like a summary of data. Because it's off by some hours, that's fine. This is something that's going to be interesting too. I need a textual summary of current condition. And this is going to be used in the icons in here. Good stuff. Let's go down. This is it. Okay, we're assuming it's the direction it's coming from. So let's write it. Here. Direction to label. So something like this is in here already. Their system. It was in constants. The whole other mess is directions. So we have the north. There's east, northeast, then in between. I'm not sure if we should go this granular. We'll see. I don't want to end up writing a shit ton of if blocks there. I may have to. How can I go smart about this? So if this was an array, and for every 22 degrees or whatever, sorry, 45 degrees, I jump into the next index. This is an array. That could be an interesting case. So from constants, please, directions. We are trying to find the right index. So the direction value is between, direction is in this range. It could be 1 equal of this. So if direction is divided by 45, we always do floor. You gotta take into account the 0 case, which should never happen, so you always do 1. This might be the index now. I'm pretty sure this will fail miserably. Let's imagine we are passing 1. What's happening? This is 1. This is such a small number. By the way, this is going to revert to floor. Sorry, int, because it's this, so do float first. So you get some decimals, then you floor it, which is going to give you, by the way, this is also going to give us float value, so we have to convert it to integer. Smart enough. Okay, so something very close to 0 after the division. Then we make sure this is real 0. Then we do 1. Which should not be there. We actually need the real 0. Let's just put this here for visual help. What's happening? Displays can't do it. So let's see. If the direction is 1, it's 45. By the way, I think I was right with the 22, because we also have this case. So you get to 10 degrees and whatever. You eventually get to 22.5. Anywhere in there, we say it's north. And you get to, you go just over 22.5. This is going to give you 1 something, but because we are floating it, it's pure 1 after the integer. So we get to, eventually this logic works all the way to the end. After some values, we go near 360, and because my brain is feeling a little bit under duress. 16. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, bingo. Now the direction will never go over 360, there is no danger. I think this is done. I just had to adjust for this. The direction to label is done. Speed is just whatever you take, you give it back. Now, is this actually attached to the correct place? Here. So let's do that. What we are after here is wind condition. We need speed. As far as I know, speed also has to be divided by 10. Wind, speed. We also need direction. We always pass direction first. Doesn't matter in this case. Direction is not divided. Knock on wood. Direction and speed. This is showing something. So let's see what happened. So we are doing this. Date value, text. Of course, when you say text, it's this text. But when I pass speed, why am I not seeing this speed here? Let's see what's happening. This gets updated. Funny thing is this, it's as if this is all, but by default it should be 0. So if this is working because it's actually doing this. Because yeah, default values is 0, 0. Which we could set to minimum like 1 and 360 range. Get measurement for wind direction. This does it. That the index, it's out of bounds. Try again. Here's the direction, here's the speed. Wind direction. Die. Yeah. If it couldn't find the data in the dictionary, it would have given an error anyway. Time to set a breakpoint. We don't need this system right now. So let's put a breakpoint here. 2, 3, done. Now we have to go in here, step into. So this is going to do some magic. Here, wind direction is fine. We are not passing the time. So how far do this? Step into. Yeah, I guess I have to click this then here. So I'm not interested in that, so get out. Cannot get out, that's in Visual Studio. Click this. Let's imagine we come all the way here. Let it go. In here now, go in. This. Or in this case, you know, I'm actually interested in this. Decoded. What is the decoded value? 250. 250. What is this? Oh, okay. First of all, This should have been 0. This is a minor issue, but we are skipping the first index. The reason why I'm saying it's a minor issue, our current problem is the fact that this is not showing the values we want, but some dumb stuff like this. The minor issue is that instead of showing this value first, it's trying to show the next hour's value, which is still the same problem because it's not displaying it. But the data that's returned, decoded data, is the next index's value, which is 250. Okay, so that's fine. So this decoded thing is going to come back to this area, which will be fed into direction. So perhaps in this area, we need to check whether this direction is doing its job or not. So it should do this. So let's put a breakpoint here. Let's remove this, because one of them is enough. And here we are, new direction is 250, that is all good, update value. I think I kind of know the problem. At this point, what is speed? It's 0, right? But nevertheless, if this part is missing, you should still fill this part here. So update value. Is update value even triggered? It is. So direction is 250. That's also calculated. Oh, but see, it's taking this as from here. See, this is 250. This should not be 250. Here's the thing though. I think I'm kind of abusing the variables there. There. I'm okay with the breakpoints. Go. Here we go. So now, of course, I have to confirm what's happening. In this speed, where are you? This should say, this is meters per second. We'll convert this to something more useful. I'm also changing the time value to every 2 seconds or every second. I think we can see this go faster. Won't be that fast in the game, but simulating every hour per second. Awesome. I think there was some benefit here doing this 3. Let me see the values. Let's do 3. Let's run the game and then quickly turn on this. 5 in the morning. 240 will be somewhere southwest. 5 in the morning. Southwest. And then around, well, not around, at 10 o'clock. Fucking precise, it's not around. It should be west. West, perfect. So we have 280 is still considered west because it's fluctuating right around that. 330, 320. 9 o'clock. This is sort of in the zone of northwest even higher. So the 8 o'clock, the west, northwest. There you go, northwest. I think we are good. Checks out in my mind. Have engine time scale to speed up. Okay, I think I'm gonna look into that Streamlabs link issue. Because I don't think you have pasted a link and it's still complaining about. I have engine time scale to speed up or slow down the game. I might, yeah. I might do that. Let me look into this which settings reception time. It's like the settings. I vaguely remember doing something here about bots. Stream. Nope. Moderation, that's the one. There is a list of I'm not blocking this. Streaming tools. None of this extensions. Let's see. Nope, none of that. Roles. Something else. I do remember setting it there. Yeah, I remember checking something here after I installed it, but I can't remember where Streamlabs, which alt. So what is it talking about? It detects a dot between between characters. Streamlabs. What is it talking about? Link. Just need a just need to see the page that actually looks like what I had. Yeah. Don't remember any of this. Could it be here? Under settings. Chat app or some other thing. Streaming setup. I don't think so. Really annoying. I can't find it. Streamlabs content outpost might help. Floodboats. You separated the dot. Need to put this back on. Floodboats. Thing is, I'm not even using Streamlabs. I'm using OBS now. I mean, I do have. I thought I installed it, to be honest, a while ago. Not even here. Okay, I'm not here. No, none of this. Okay. Although this might be helpful, I don't really see how it's relevant, because this looks like I'm adjusting some Streamlabs settings, and yet I'm not even using Streamlabs. Yeah, they really abuse the whole, you know, good welcome of those nice people, really. Now that you said it, I think so. That's what I'm trying to look for. The third-party authorization, and I do remember setting it somewhere here. Not this one, but somewhere in. I'll look at it calmly. Auto mode, rule set. So this is fine. I remember setting extensions. So you might be right. There you go. Stream schedule countdown. Yeah. Uninstall. Bye. I do remember creating something for the About Me section, the front page. Okay, so now is your chance to paste the link or type the link. DuckDuckGo. It's still complaining. Because it was a different screen. This is just a timer to count down the stream time from the home page. And they keep changing stuff all the time. None of this. Brand is. This has to be updated. We already looked here. This content activity is different. Insights. Game manager. Driving me crazy. Sound settings. Connections. Okay, I found it. Here. Confident. Other connections. Connected last month. That's what I did. Last month. Disconnect. Bye and never come back until you figure out how to do things better. It was under account settings, not stream settings. Everything else was sort of stream stuff. This is my account settings. Did you just try again? And boy, that thing is relentless. Yeah, I just removed it. I don't know if it actually needs some period to activate. But at least it didn't give that second problem, which actually says that it's having problems. Yeah, I won't let go. It says please refrain. That part is fine. Worst thing, worst case scenario, I'll edit to the block list. It might work with a new stream. Or try it in a few minutes, see if it propagates. Let's say this is going to be maybe taking some time to go around the world. Servers these days. But I think this system is working. Yeah, again, you just type dot and it's like, oh, it gave the second message too. Engine time scale to set the game speed. Yeah, let me look into that. Let's see. We are somewhere here, let's say. We said engine like that. Time scale. Let's read about it. People will see what it is. It controls how fast or slow the in-game clock ticks versus the real-life one. It defaults to 1. A value of 2 means the game moves twice as fast as real life. This is regular speed. So I could be creating my own things for the debug mode. You're right. Oh, just another person to ban. Block user on YouTube. Add block list. Done. Surprisingly, when you type 1.0, it did not think it was a link. So 1.0 is the default. Yeah. So I already have 1, 2, 3 to game speed. Temporarily, I could actually have it attached to the engine time scale too. You're right. I'll keep that in mind. For now, this is. I might have to do that soon, but I think I'm okay right now. So this is working as intended. Let's turn this into kilometers per second. I think it's. I have the math in my mind. I'll keep this in mind. Let's comment it out. Where is it? The speed value will be 3.6. This is the kilometers per hour. And in that case, this is going to say kilometers per hour. That's it. And that might be an awkward value here. We should most likely round it. Should round it. Because who cares if it's point something, right? That's it. And as far as I know, it's displayed with space, which looks better. Let's do that. We are done. Okay. So let's display pressure. Do we have pressure? We do. It's SLP, sea level pressure. Here. Which is pressure. Pressure value will be Very similar. In this case, the pressure is hectopascals, I believe. It's LP. Pressure value, let's see. Gotcha. It's this one. Pressure value. Okay, it's not even attached to anything. This is right now value as well. It is very similar to this sort of structure. For example, see, this is for temperature node structure here. So that's good, because that's a complex case. For this one, we came up with percentage value. We are not attaching it yet, but it's a simple label. So is pressure value. I don't think this needs to turn into a component, to be honest. We should just be able to do it here. I might regret this, but we'll see. So for now, we will have something like, let's go with the simple case here. It's going to be some decimal and APA. Okay, that's the text. We do this, do this. And this value is going to be the text. That's the problem. Or that was the problem. Okay, there you go. The unit is wrong, by the way. The unit is wrong. So the value is coming in hectopascal. I'm showing it in kilopascal. I need to be dividing it into this. Actually, I need to be dividing it into this. Then we always use suppose I could do it like this. However, if you do it as dumb as that, you need two things. Here, I need to convert it. Okay, let's go with the other structure. Good. Do pressure. Format. I need pressure. Is this? This. This has to turn into cannot do that here. In temperature value, we are doing where was it? Not temperature really. Somewhere I was doing add decimal. That's what I was doing. Or decimals. Did I change my mind later? I was doing something similar to this somewhere, pad decimals. I did it maybe 2 hours ago. Where did I do it? Where did I do it? In one of these? Was this? Definitely not there. Temperature value. This is the new stuff that I'm writing. There is percentage value that I created, never used it, therefore let's look at it anyway. Value. Nope. This is not it. Okay, let me look at the data. I think I'm confusing myself. This value is hectopascal, right? So divided by 10, it's going to be, say, 1012.1. And here displayed like this. Let's look at another weather website. Weather.com. Because I've been looking at the Canadian notation and maybe. So this makes sense. 10, 15. So in essence, can search in all GD scripts. I think I did. I've been doing like this, finding files, add decimal, not whole words, find, doesn't bring anything. Yeah. I guess at some point I wrote it and then deleted it because my needs must have changed. But I can't find. Because it was in one of these files that I was recently editing. Recently meaning 2 hours ago mostly. But here it is. We'll just divide it by 10. We don't need to divide it by hundreds because the Canadian notation is using kilopascal, but the world is using hectopascal or millibar. So this should read as 1020 instead of 102.0. If anything, we will have more precision like this. This is Ottawa, but anyway. More or less the same thing. However, we are still not able to display the dot, and we do that by, I think this is what I remember doing. So do this, convert this to a string, and after that string you do pad this. Of course, I'm writing it in the wrong place. Pad decimals 1. That's what it is. Wait a bit longer, so it's going to say pressure. Okay. Similar problem like this. Pressure is pressure. I think this is the difference, right? Yeah, that's the difference. When you put equal, it's the string. Otherwise, it thinks of it as another variable. That's it. So that's the kilopascal or millibar. That's done. So again, in the data structure here, in one of these areas, there is the tendency of the pressure, whether it's falling or dropping, increasing, that kind of thing. Cloud condition is again one of these. Done. Humidex has to be calculated. Humidity again is somewhere here. So what do we have here? We've done this. This is the cloud height. Visibility we are not using. These two done. This is done. So we are using 4 out of 6. If you think this is 2 fields, we are using 5 out of 7. So that's good news. I want to work out this humidex value because this is relevant in hot weather, but in cold weather this should be replaced with wind chill. Either way, this field should be should either be there or not. So if it's empty, it may look awkward, so I may have to change its position. Multiply it by 0. I might. Oh, I see what you mean. Instead of dividing by 10. Yeah. By the way, for something so simple, it's done. Which looks equally long anyway. Observation for performance. Go for it. Run this while I'm multiplication over division when possible. That is in fact true. A minor detail, but let's run it. By the way, I think I know exactly why. Well, let's run this first. Update UI. That might actually change current conditions to 0. By the way, done. And then the next hour will kick in the. That's it. So now we are actually getting the 0 value, which is 1.6, 0.8. That's it. And then the next value is the real value, which is 10. So now we fixed that initial index time dilation, let's say. So what's the next target? Let's look at this one. So far we have been bind whether data to UI elements. We've done this. It was supposed to be right before this. Now I could keep playing with this. Or I could move on to simulating those effects on one plant. Now to get to this, we are actually close to that, which I thought I would actually get to by the end of this week, but anyway. I'm pretty sure there will be some horrible things in our way before we could actually change the phase of this. Oh, the humidex and the wind chill. See, that's the thing, whether I'm doing that now or not. Which is kind of important. Well, if you want to talk about how this guy is going to grow, humidex will be important. But I could simplify it by just looking into temperature. I think I will work on this because I'll be finishing the stream in 1 hour 10 minutes. And I'm pretty sure if I look into the plant growth, I'm gonna have to refactor a whole bunch of other things which won't get done, and then I'll leave it in a place where it's hard to remember again. So better to do the UI part here tonight. So here's the conversation. This could be here or gone. There could be wind chill here or not. So maybe I should problem is this is a temperature thing. I don't want to swap a percentage and temperature thing. So this should sort of be at the end of the list. Let's see. I think I'm going to move humidity to the left and maybe swap wind and humidity, and then wind is gonna go okay, wind is gonna go here. These three will come down. Humidity will go here. Maybe humidity will move somewhere here too, I don't care, but let's do it. So these two are going to right above temperature. And then, yeah, I know you're a tool or somewhere. Something is calling you. I know your path is wrong. The game is running. All screwed up. Sorry. Humidity and value. This is gonna go to under tendency. Okay. Ah. I'll focus on fixing. Well, let's do this. This grid container. So let's make you 180. Except. I think I remember balancing them visually. The text length was awkward, and here I am in a similar situation. Um, okay, change of plans. Humidity comes here. Wind comes here. Okay, then we change this to this was 210. Let's make you 200. I have a feeling this text will be long, and this could go down another time. And this has to be redesigned anyway. There is some fucked up stuff here. Now we can play with Humidex whether it's there or not. So this too should be optional. Let's run it. It's going to fail soon. Oh, the reason, let me see. These paths are not, okay, so this has fixed itself. Because, yeah, when I did it. Oh. Cool. So, Humidex or wind chill. Now, I know sometime in the middle of summer, which means day 180, and the hour is going to be say 3 in the afternoon. Okay. Now this is going to be 180 times 24 hours plus 15. Index number 4335. Okay. Which is June 1st-ish. When I talk about index number, I should be moving up 2 more because the first is the header, the other one is it's not 0 index, it's starting from 1. The only problem is this is not entirely true here. I understand why, because there are those in-between values which probably skewed it a few more, so it should actually be this. But the data will still be read from here. I'm aiming for this in here, which should correspond to this. Knock on wood. So when we run the game, I'm actually going to take the time to, let's stay at 3 seconds. This is where that engine time scale might be helpful, but let's run the game, and I'm going to pull this up. We should be seeing values like this is temperature 15 degrees, 8 degrees, June 30th. Here we go. We have an error. Ooh, get index 16. I couldn't find what is the direction? 360. 360 over to 16. What do you mean you cannot find it? Well, that's what it actually says, get index. I get it, but 0. Oh, it should be -1 because 16 elements. Sorry. Should have always been -1. However, sometimes this is 0. Wait a minute. Tuck you in a bit. 2, 4, 8, 16. Sometimes you get 0. DuckDuckGo is still here, which is unfortunate. Yeah. I'm hoping, yeah, next time it will resolve itself. I don't really know why that's happening. Worst case scenario, I'll look into this. I don't think this has anything to do with it, though. This is a multi-stream service. That message is coming from Twitch, which we just removed. So we'll see. Knock on wood. We are here. More Inception time. Okay, so we have an index problem here. So somewhere 110, whatever, this is 0, flooring it. So this is okay. So when we get to 16, 16 is too much. Sometimes, yeah, when it's 360, we get this. When it's 359, we are here. So we floor it. It's this. So we have to clamp it. Can only be 15 maximum. If it's 16, it should be considered as 15. I might want to start my own stream bot in Godot like so many others have. And how do you do that? Stream bot in Godot. Not sure what that means. I use OBS, restream, it give Twitch add-on. Gift Twitch add-on. Window transparency feature of Godot. Oh, you kind of stream within Godot engine. I might be making that up. Twitch chat manager. Godot IRC. Stream. Transparency. Chatbot. To give that on. Additional is an overlay for the chat. Huh. Well, next time I'll see if the links are working or not. If possible, I want to keep the number of things installed to the minimum. Just need to set the pixel transparency in the project. I see. I guess when that add-on is available, then it's going to put some setting. Not here yet. Or this, I see, window per pixel transfer. That's what you're talking about. I'm guessing it's a new world. In the meantime, I have my own avatar or chat overlay, any other overlay you want. Right now, this is what's happening. I'm reading your chat here as part of OBS. That's what's happening. See some other settings on the right. But I think what you are saying is that I get to see everything here. But if it's gonna get in the way of doing my work, then Gift offers my own chat window. Gift. Which channel? Which? Godot window. Yeah, it sounds like a Godot window. Yeah, I'm actually, to be honest, I'm okay without it. It doesn't take much for me to look at the right. Sometimes I miss messages, but then if the window is here, I'm going to ignore it even more. It's going to distract me. It might. But one day, maybe I'll give it a try. Maybe it has different functionalities that I'm missing. Oh, I still haven't fully tested this, have I? Kind of did, but then this 15 to 16 is an extreme value. 16 is marking it as you do like I do something like max. No, it's not max. It's clamp. Here's the value, which is float. Here's this. Here's that. That's really what it is. Run. Except this is going to give float, right? So you gotta do integer here. The link again. Can modify my rules. Menomax gift. Go to IRC for Twitch. Yeah, but what I'm using as part of Restream, this is combining all the other stream chats into one screen. This is going to do it only for Twitch. Tonight you didn't see it, but sometimes people on Facebook or YouTube, they comment, and each platform's messages are related to other platforms. You get to read YouTube person's comments. So that is, I don't think that exists here. It's like, yeah, it's only Twitch integration. But it's an interesting thing, really. Maybe someone will use this API to go into the distribution mode too. Yeah, I think so. If someone does that, multiple platforms. Is this even working? It is sort of working. Where are the values? Why are they still stuck in time? Am I even reading the correct values? There's something funny going on here. Oh, you know what? This is wrong. My game time doesn't correspond yet to the index number. Because I'm always assuming my months are either 30 or 31, and here we have discrepancies too. And however, if I move the time another 30 days, I should not be seeing really cold values. That's the problem. That's the first day. Yeah, there's something fundamentally wrong here. And one thing I can do for sure is this is fixed value. This one. I should be able to read 1020.5 or anything around this area. That's good. And then next one is 9, which is off, or here. And then 18.1. Well, these values will look close enough, right? Well, should I do cleanup here? Right. So 24 hours times. We should have 8,784 values. We do not. Okay, what else can I read here that is easy enough to distinguish? I can pretend that I'm outputting visibility. So on a hot summer day, let's go to 4,000. This is visibility. Okay, here it is. We have 24,000 more or less for like 10 hours. It's July 22nd. That's not really going to correspond here. How can I do that? So 180 was June 30th. That's what I thought. $202 day. Sometime in the afternoon, 5 o'clock. So start here. Okay. Let's output visibility, which is going to be used in tendency for now. I don't care. So tendency is going to be, and pressure tendencies text will be such that we don't have this. Visibility is going to be is distance. Visibility is measured by distance. You could put meters second, because this is a text, this has to be converted to a string. This for now. Minimum amount of code, visibility. Okay, that is checking out. So clearly the temperature and dew point are wrong. So that's what I was suspecting anyway. Funny thing is, this process here, this, and this, that seems to be working just fine here. In fact, we are kind of approaching those values, 4,000 something, right? We have proper air temperature. We do not have minuses. And so what's different? That is the reason why I've been holding the signature in this image. I believe white is minus, because this is -1 degrees, and this is, or degree and -1, some lower dew temperature, dew point. And plus will be black. I think I may have something in the middle here. Have I changed my mind about that? Temperature, right? Science. It's either, okay, if the value is positive, it's 1, which should be white, otherwise it's 0. And if it's 0, it should be the encoding. If it's 0, it's dark. Oh. But then I adapt those channels to zeros here, right? It doesn't matter. But that also means the data is never coming pure 0 in this case. What is it? So sometime in 4000s, data should be coming in +1. Go somewhere in the middle. Is this, yeah. So what? Okay, if it's 1 here, 0 here, Always one problem. Wait a minute. Value is always positive. Why is value always positive? Temperature is sometimes negative. Funny thing is, why is this working? Let's refresh this plugin and I'll show you why. Unfortunately, I just lost the summer values, but for January values, there is a point in time here after a few hours. Keep in mind this is actually divided by 10, but we do have the sign change. And I'm not doing anything specific here, right? Just figuring it out. Funny thing is, I was surprised this was working. The sign part was working without any more manipulation. Because window. During the normalization process, we check if the minimum and maximum are changing signs. So we change our boundaries to normalize. This kind of thing should happen during the normalization too, which doesn't happen in this code. But in my mind it should, because I'm keeping the sign. So the raw value that I'm reading, in other words, you could be reading 25, but is it minus 25 plus 25? The reason why it's actually important is not because the sign is changing, but the normal value is also different. And I'll tell you why. Because if this was the visibility and normalization is done according to this range, okay, so 0.5 would mean 80,000 for visibility, but the same 0.5 for ceiling height, cloud height, 0.5 would mean 11,000. Okay, even the same normal value or normalized value would mean a different measured value. Here's the problem with the sign. If you are measuring 25, if the sign is positive, your minimum maximum will be from 0 to 618. If the sign is negative, that same 25 intensity will be this as minimum and maximum as 0. In other words, the range here is way higher than the range if you consider 0 as the midpoint. So you need to take into account the real minimums and maximums. Sign is important. Question is, when I'm not doing that sign conversion here, and this code is attached here, why is it working here? I pretty much use the same code in here. That's attached to this. Let's do a debug here. Debug case. What do I need? I need to this is the first thing that's going to look wrong. get measurement for is decoded. So I'm going to put breakpoint here. Okay, what is the decoded value? -100. So how did we get here? Hour is 2. Ooh, that's wrong. What is day? Oh, okay, basic math there, of course. You gotta always multiply this by this. So we never went away from January in the first place. It was still a 216, which is like 10 days, maybe less than 10 days. That's like 9 days each. Okay, let's run this without any horror story. There it is. Okay, there it is. So let's run it again and then bring up the values. I'm looking for I don't know, 7 o'clock 28 thing. There you go, perfect. Viewpoint, that was a bit wrong. Anyway, we know that there might be some discrepancy here. The next day is 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Should be reading these two. 4 o'clock. 240, 190. Am I still off here? Okay, let's do day 200. 1 o'clock. Should be 13 plus 2, 48, 15. Hopefully. Do this. One o'clock, which is this. I'm still off here. 26, 19. It's dropping. So it's sort of getting darker. So when it gets coldest, it's usually 5 in the morning. That's what I'm going to look. Colder. 17. This might be it. Right, still dropping. So clearly not here. Yeah, I need to map this properly. There are still a lot of gaps there or discrepancies. And it's actually now in the afternoon. It's rising. Let's look at the ceiling value. If I find some bizarre thing here and I'll blow it here. This one. So how can we make sure this corresponds to 6 180 times 24 180 plus, okay, 1 down. What's the hour is 10. Doesn't map. So the mapping thing is one concern, but I'm quite confident that in the summer, around these values, right? Especially when it goes over 25, we should have a humidex value. Brings me sometime during that time frame, you need to calculate the humidex. It's talked about somewhere here. Median weather, good. Weather information, weather, or yes, they changed it. This one. I remember clicking it. There is actually a calculator, a table that talks about that. Used to be here. I guess this is seasonal too. They put it there when it matters. There you go. They combined it into this because it used to be two separate things. Wind chill and humidex calculators. To calculate the wind chill, you need the temperature. We do have it. We need wind speed. We do have it. Enter the values and ta-da. This is not giving you the formula. Hopefully, we can deduce that by hacking it. Let's see. So let's cut. Oops, nope. Cut everything. That might be useful anyway. So let's see if there's going to be some Ajax call or if it's done locally in the script here. Yes, behind the curtain. Let's say our air temperature is 10 degrees. I change the field. Nothing happening here as far as Ajax calls. Wind speed is this. Hit this. Of course, wind chill happens around that, but something has checked for this, which makes me think that it's part of the page. So let's go into sources. This is the wind chill HTML. This is the page. I see a page here. Yes, they are using the frames here. Up whether you see wind chill, a different page. So let's actually inspect this. They're using jQuery. Maybe we'll find the event for it. Yeah, I have seen really horrible weather websites. Yeah, they do make server calls. Some of them use Perl for that. You wouldn't believe. And I think I understood at some point why some of those old sites do it. Every time you hit the button, it actually triggers the server, because each time a page is served, they can serve you different ads. They are counting the ad display. Yeah, so they don't do the ad revenue by the length of session or clicks, but sort of display, like horrible. Otherwise, why would you want to load your server with, rendering all the HTML all the time? Okay, let's look here. Windchill.js, there you go. It's even French. So Windchill submit, when this button is clicked, Windchill submit ID, done. Once it's clicked, this magic is happening. So we have to decipher this. So here's the temperature and wind read from here. So they actually use vanilla.js. Good. Here's the formula. Let's okay, temperature is below 0, wind is above 0, else let me look at the awkward conditions first. Either way, you remove the error message. Temperature is not empty, temperature is not a number. Temperature above 0, enter value below 0. So in my case, I'm not going to put errors. I'm just going to say, well, if it's the right condition, then calculate it and then put the field, the display field. So this is removing message to put a different message. That's why they are doing. This is still the wrong, like ultimately wrong case anyway. Wind is below 0 or over 100. Different kind of message. So I have to be taking these into account during my calculation, but the calculation itself is going to happen in these two lines. If the wind is above 5, then this formula. If wind is not above 5, it's this. But either way, this is only when temperature is below 0. And also this is when the wind is over 0, but less than 5 is this area. Over 5 is this area. Interesting. Hope this helps. Let's see. Another link, another Streamlabs. This is the one. Ooh, you're talking about this one. How is this different than this one? I'm curious. They start by 13.12. Doesn't something about temperature. So here's what we'll do. Canadian website says air temperature is -10, wind speed is 10. Gives us -15 is this. This feels like -15 too. Difference is the table it uses. JavaScript class only uses 2 or 3 temperature values, right? No, not really. It's just JavaScript class only uses 2 or 3. No, it actually uses they wrote a very long error case here. That's why. This looks kind of, but the values are the same. And here's also a table format too, mind you. Oh, you know what? This is the formula for Fahrenheit that I don't want, which is Celsius, and I don't want to write. Either way, their calculator is giving the same result as. So let's try some other values too. Let's do wind speed gusting 40. Air temperature is still -10. This is really how we feel it here. So 40 is 21. So the values check out. Yeah, correct. And then we have warnings like this that especially when we have minus 20 and this, the effect will be really 34. I have experienced that actually. 4. And we have the occasional craziness that I've seen, 31, which is this. So checks out. So yeah, they tell you don't stay out for more than 10-15 minutes. You don't want to, trust me. Yeah. So so you start to feel a little bit itchy right there, like tend to move your nose around. Otherwise your snot feels like it's actually drying out quickly. Okay, so here are the conditions. Can we open this in a new tab? We sure can. This is it. Similarly, we have a humidex calculator, and that's really kind of all there is. So good news. So this is the fluffy check. If the value is false, in other words, if it's empty or not, this is the crucial part. Right? This else part is really not needed. It's going to take this part. Here's another logged YouTube user. Forever. Bye. They keep coming and pasting some junk URLs. So weather system. Where do we write this function and where do we trigger this function? Two important questions. When we get the measurement 4, well, when we call for the measurement in the weather UI, this is where we can make the informed decision whether this is going to be displayed, the other one will be displayed, or neither one will be displayed, which is just in case something like check for something like is wind chill. Write something as dumb as this. Wind chill needed. Put that code here. Cut this crap. Wind can't be less than 0 anyway. I guess they put there because to provide minus. Couldn't you guys have done like absolute value? Anyway, if it should also be less than 100. What happens if it's more than 100 is a question. If that happens, either way, you come here. I guess they do another check here. Yeah, if it's over 100, create a value, enter a value between this, because if it's over 100, it goes nuts. Let's see. Wind speed. Yes, this 1.6. This corresponds to 100. Guess you freeze your ass off, you die. Then it doesn't matter how windy it is. -40 is -40 Celsius. They are both the same. So somewhere here is -20s, which is cold enough anyway. And yeah, you are hitting that purple zone very quickly. Okay, makes sense. We won't exaggerate it. 100. Which also makes me ask the following question. What is my maximum wind value? Wind speed maximum. Which is okay, because this is 990. So we'll never have it over 100 anyway. Because data is always safe. So this is a garbage case. This is a garbage case. This is the only case it matters. So if temperature is less than 0, is the major if check. Okay. And then you worry about the wind speed, which is always over 0, but whether it's over 5 or not is the question. Which means is wind chill needed is only dependent on whether the temperature is less than 0. Now this is the wind chill. Look. Get wind chill. Now this might have to be in the weather system. In fact, these two things could be in the weather system. Wind speed over 100 km. Yeah, I think temperature deserved a lot. In fact, yeah, I was saying it didn't matter because I always have it maxed at 90. So wind is blah blah. So this is actually an interesting case because this is part of the weather system. This is fine. Let's write it here. Here is where we'll piggyback on this. When we say temperature is less than 0, what temperature are we talking about? We are talking about the current temperature, which means we need to get the measurement for air temperature. This is the current hour's temperature. Now all these separate systems are paying. Return whether this is less than 0. That's really what it is. If it's needed, then we need to calculate the wind speed, which happens to be this bar, call it wind speed. Wind speed, WND, okay. No comma. If wind speed is more than we're not talking about directionality here. I'll just simplify it as wind. Sorry. It's bedtime for you. Okay. Thank you. Good weather forecast to you too. Have good weather, good sleep, good rest, and see you later. I'm signing off in 10 minutes anyway. Get to read your comments some other time. Wind is over 5. This is Godot. Let's do Godot. Yes, if wind is mixed tabs. Oh, this has to be. And there's that. Then else. This is gone. We do not have parse float. Everything is kind of float here. Let me see if I do this. Oh, I see. So I see. That was actually closed here anyway. What kind of monkey business is going on here? This plus okay. This is this. As far as I can tell, this should not be here. Because the result of that will always be this anyway. And altogether when you do this, that's not even divided by 5, even that's not necessary. And this is where it hits the fan. This is pow. A pow. So you just do this. Altogether divide by 5 and multiply by wind and then temperature. Good. Yeah. The rest looks okay to me. Round wind chill, which is this. We don't really need that, we just need to return it. Without this, this is already wrong. Semicolon, that's gone. Temp isn't declared. Get measurement for existing hour is the temperature. Var temp. Done. So if wind chill is needed, we are going to do something. So we need to figure that out in our update UI. If weather system is wind chill needed, of course I haven't saved it, is wind chill needed, then we'll enable a wind chill interface or not. We are going to need something for humidex. Let's just do a pass here. And let's go and pretend that we are writing the humidex. I'm sure it has a similar logic. Is humidex needed? Let's find that in here. Humidex is using dew point instead of wind. Temperature is still temperature. We are checking for empty values. If temperature is over 19, then we do something. If not, we don't even bother. Temperature is over 19. If and I'm going to be a bit specific here. Plot values and such. And I'm going to write humidex right under here. With humidex. In this case, we need a dew. It's to be dew. That's what we did, right? It has to be humidex. This formula will change, but we are going to return. The 5th user to blog today. Be gone. This is a special case when wind is over 5 or not. Okay. In this case, there's going to be one formula, and that is always going to be triggered when humidex is needed, which means temperature is always over 19. So we have one formula, and that happens to be this. Okay, a lot of brackets there. So this is the value. This is all gone. Now this parse float is not necessary. Plus some madness. Change the tune a bit. Parse float, dew point. We don't really need this. This dew point is basically the dew point that I'm talking about here. So that's this. Temp is temp. This E is, we'll look into that, which happens to be our only problem anyway. This is actually E to the power something. I think we do that by exponential. And the trick here is this becomes the exponential. Right? This is gone, and anything in between is stuff. I'm not going to fix this. Good. Do this. Okay, this looks like a minimum 0, like absolute 0. I see. Plus this, yeah, this could be simplified. One or two of these things could be gone, could be taken out, but I don't care. It's not the end of the world. So here's the humidex. So very similar. If humidex needed, you need to turn on systems here. Since we are checking summer temperatures, this is actually going to be needed to do something like humidex. Do I have that? It's humidity humidex. I do not have. Maybe I'll do this as one. I'll do it as wind chill humidex. Is an awkward thing. A better name. This, we are talking about temperature extremes, right? Temperature extremes. And whether this is humidex or not, its value is the important. So we are going to call this temperature extremes value. So here's what we'll do. This is now changed to because it will always be one field, right? I mean, it's 0 or 1, but the 1 is either one. I think it will make sense once I'm done. Do this. Wait a minute. Where is my export? Oh, I have a lot of errors here. What the? Oh. It's temperature extremes. Okay, here's what we'll do. If this is not needed and the other one is not needed, okay, then temperature extremes will be hidden. Okay, hide. Visible fault. What the? In this case, of course, I did not assign it. This value. Right? That's bizarre. I also have to access the other label because this is value that we are reading. So we also need the label itself. The reason why I'm doing that is because this is the label. If both are, if this is not needed, this is not needed, then hide it. Okay. If wind chill is needed, then it could have been hidden, so we have to show it, but the label will be wind chill. This could be compound, or let me see. I think it's a separate word. It is a separate. Okay, and of course the extremes will be the value will be this is still taking a temperature, therefore value is going to be weather system get wind chill. Okay. Last but not least, you have to unhide both. So in this case, this is also going to be hidden. We have to do show first here. And if humidex is needed, is humidex, then you still show them. Maybe we won't hide. We will just change the label, and for the value, we'll put a not available or dash something. Going to be humidex. So if I haven't messed this up. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. First, when we say label, you are setting the text. The value is horribly wrong though. Good. I know. Okay, so I'll fix my calculation some other day. This looks like a math error, but we should be okay. Logic wise, maybe I'll set the time to winter day, and then I'm signing off. See if we are going to get at least minus values. We do. So that's it for tonight. We'll see in the next days how much progress we are going to make with this, and then the plant represented. Have a good night.